Can we start with number 2, please?
Item 2 is a CLA report in response to motion, Krikorian Parks, for Garcetti Rosendahl, relative to implementing a new set of campaign finance reform measures.
Okay. Yeah, you can say that. We can give a microphone. You want? Here. If the city clerk will be generous enough to share his microphone with you.
Charles Modic with the CLA's office. We've prepared a very brief report in response to motion Krikorian Garcetti Rosendahl. The motion requests the city attorney to prepare an ordinance that extends disclosure requirements to committees making independent campaign expenditures. We recommend that this motion be adopted, and we also recommend that the city attorney work with the City Ethics Commission as necessary to determine what parts of the city's campaign disclosure laws can be legally enhanced. I believe we have representation from the Ethics Commission and the city attorney here for questions.
Okay. And this is not dissimilar from the Disclose Act, which failed to make its way out of filibuster in Senate, that I know will come up again at the federal level. But one, and this is great, and I was very supportive, obviously, as a second of this with Mr. Krikorian. If we added something, and I don't know if the motion, I think it gets into this in item number 2, but where somebody would have to disclose, I am blank and I approve this message, like if it's overwhelmingly controlled by an individual company or an individual union or whatever, like that person would have to do that. If we could look into that as well, I'd just like to add that as a friendly amendment.
Sure, we'd be happy to work with the city attorney and Ethics Commission on reporting back with an actual ordinance for you.
And the Ethics Commission, if you followed the Disclose Act, just look at some of the parallels there and see what we don't have in this motion that maybe could help as well. Because though it doesn't look like it's moving at the federal level, it's nice to be able to show the way here locally and to do something that at least people have full information as to where these IEs are. So if you guys can work together on that, I will wait on action till Ms. Hahn is here, but then we'll go ahead and move on that. Let's go to number 1.
Item number 1 are reports from the City Ethics Commission and the Chief Legislative Analyst on a comprehensive review and recommended changes of the city's municipal lobbying ordinance.
I'm going to wait on public comment till we have a quorum here, so that will come in just a moment. But why don't we go ahead and hear staff presentation on this first.
Good afternoon.
Good
Heather
afternoon.
Holt for the Ethics Commission. This is before you a complete package of recommendations from the Ethics Commission regarding the lobbying ordinance. Lobbying laws have been regulated by the city since 1967. The original law required what were referred to as municipal legislative advocates to register with the city clerk's office before engaging in any lobbying activity. When the
What happened in 67? Do you know the history, or is it just?
It was, well, that
Charter?
occurred about 20, it wasn't charter, but it was about 21 years after the federal government adopted its lobbying laws, and so I think we were just a little bit slow to that party. But
It's the Yorty years, don't worry.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. When the Ethics Commission was created in 1990, lobbying became part of its jurisdiction, and shortly thereafter, the Commission undertook its first comprehensive review of the city's lobbying laws, and as a result, a completely new law, the Municipal Lobbying Ordinance, was adopted in 1994. Since then, a number of changes have been made to the law, including a significant set of amendments in 2003 and Measure R in 2007. So the Ethics Commission undertook a second comprehensive review of the lobbying laws to ensure that after 15 years of patchwork amendments, that the law remains clear and consistent and enforceable. The Commission also wanted to ensure that the public continues to receive information about lobbying activities in the city, because public disclosure is the crux of any set of lobbying laws. So the Commission spent over 2 years undertaking a detailed analysis and gathering data and holding public meetings, and the result is the comprehensive set of recommendations for improving the lobbying ordinance that was transmitted to the Council last September. I can give a very brief, well, a fairly brief overview of the proposal by highlighting some of the recommendations. The commission started with the fundamental questions of who is a lobbyist and what does it mean to engage in lobbying activity. The commission's goal was to focus regulation on activities that aren't otherwise transparent. In other words, the commission felt that it was important to require disclosure only when the public has no other way of knowing about the special interests that are attempting to influence city decisions. With that in mind, the commission recommends a different definition for lobbying. Currently, the definition is so broad that it covers activities that don't involve city officials at all, such as advising a client or conducting background research on a particular item. So the recommended definition is essentially a direct communication with a city official for the purpose of attempting to influence a city decision made on behalf of a third party and getting paid to do it. The commission does, however, recommend a number of exemptions to the definition for activities that already have a level of transparency associated with them or for other reasons don't warrant regulation as lobbying.
Actually, if I can just pause you right there real quick.
Sure.
So on item 2, Ms. Hahn, it was just it's kind of the equivalent of the Disclose Act at the federal level of trying to, now that IEs are allowed to happen at any level, that we would have some local law to have disclosure on who is funding IEs.
Right.
So that was a motion that Mr. Krikorian and I introduced, and I just added one amendment to it. But if you're in concurrence, we'll move it with a majority, the CLA report, or do you want to hold it and come back to it? How you feeling about it, exactly?
Okay.
You
Sure.
can also hold it too if you want.
Why don't you hold it for a
Okay,
second?
all right, sorry, go ahead, go on then with number 1. We're starting with number 1, and we're being walked through by the City Ethics Commission what the proposed changes in this municipal lobbying ordinance would be. We just did the definitions of who is a lobbyist, which would change from 30 hours a quarter and a lot of broad behaviors to one contact. Well, we're about to go into that, but
Right.
why don't you tell us what the
Well,
change was?
foreshadowing, yes. So in addition to wanting to focus on activity that is not otherwise transparent to the public, the Commission also wanted to ensure that the lobbying laws are enforceable and that they're clear. And to that end, they also recommend a change to the definition of who is a lobbyist. The recommended change is to create a qualification threshold that is based on contacts with city officials. The current law is based on the number of hours in which a person engages in lobbying activity. If they engage in 30 hours or more in a consecutive 3-month period, then they qualify as a lobbyist and must register and report. This is a very difficult standard to prove, and that leads to uncertainty about who should be registered as a lobbyist. The proposed definition would create 2 types of lobbyists. One is traditional lobbyists, those who lobby on behalf of third-party clients. The other is in-house lobbyists, and those are persons who advocate only on behalf of their employers. And under the proposal, the definition or the qualification threshold for traditional lobbyists would be 1 direct communication with a city official. And for in-house lobbyists, it would be 5 direct communications with city officials in a calendar quarter.
And remind us what's the threshold for official? I mean, there's elected officials, what appointed official level?
Yes, and this would be any person who files, I believe it files a statement of economic interest, the Form 700. That's, yes, and so they are by definition people who have the ability to make substantive decisions or recommendations regarding an issue.
Do you file a Form 700, Mr. City Attorney? Are you of that threshold level? Okay.
Would this
Having-
include neighborhood councils?
Do you guys?
The CLA's office does, I believe.
All of the
neighborhood
CLA members, yeah.
councils do.
Okay.
Yes.
And the city clerks does.
Neighborhood councils?
Does not include neighborhood councils. They're exempt.
They're exempt from being officials
From
or
filing-
from having to file?
Well, both, one by virtue of the other. They're exempt from having to file the Form 700, which means that they're not city officials according to the governmental ethics ordinance.
But vice versa, if they're lobbying, do they have to file?
If they are lobbying and they qualify under the lobbying ordinance as lobbyists, they do have to file, except for there is well, actually, if they're
Neighborhood council?
right, if they're advocating on behalf of the neighborhood council, they would not, because they are considered public officials, even though under state law, even though they're not city officials under city law. It gets very confusing.
Okay.
But if they were lobbying on behalf,
Right. Their cards show.
Their
yeah,
cards.
yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So lobbyists are just one of 3 types of lobbying entities. There are also lobbying firms. Those are entities that employ the traditional lobbyists. And there are lobbying organizations, and those are the entities that employ the in-house lobbyists. The commission recommends amending the definitions of those entities to also reflect a contacts-based threshold rather than an hourly-based or a dollar-based threshold. The commission determined that contacts were the best way to determine who should be registering and providing disclosure to the public, and it's also a more enforceable standard than the current ones that we have. In addition to those questions, as I mentioned, the disclosure aspect of lobbying laws is the key component, and so the Commission also spent a great deal of time considering the registration and reporting requirements that are associated with lobbying in the city. And they made a number of recommendations on that front. Some of the recommendations are designed to improve efficiency, such as eliminating the need for client authorization letters or eliminating paper filings by moving to an entirely electronic system. Some of the recommendations are designed to improve clarity, such as requiring the reporting of compensation in the quarter in which it's earned rather than the quarter in which it's received, which is what's currently required, specifying what it means to host or sponsor a fundraising event, eliminating the need to report specific dollar amounts associated with fundraising and that kind of thing. And finally, just because this is a comprehensive overview, there are a number of other issues that are addressed in the proposal. They address a wide variety of things, such as ensuring that the statute of limitations is consistent, both internally and with other laws in the Commission's jurisdiction, ensuring that the cap on civil penalties is consistent, applying to all lobbying entities the existing prohibitions on campaign contributions and gifts to city officials that currently apply to just lobbyists and lobbying firms, and requiring training for newly registered lobbyists. Taken as a whole, the package represents a significant collaboration on the part of the Ethics Commission and the public and the regulated community. The Commission believes that it's an excellent set of lobbying laws, and it urges its adoption.
Let me ask you some kind of real-world cases here that have just popped in my head while we've been listening. I hold, for the last 9 years, I've had office hours almost every 2 weeks in my office. Anybody can come and meet with me, first come, first serve, or you can just show up. And these are folks who come. I have 2 parts of the question. What is legislation, which I want to get to in a second, and then, but these are folks who come and they would be meeting with me once a quarter, but just simply by showing up. I've got the full range of people who show up. They're mostly community members, but community groups often. So there's somebody who might be the paid executive director of the Young Storytellers Foundation who wants to come in and expand in our after-school programs more, links to writing and film and things like that. In the course of that conversation, if they often say, almost inevitably say, and if there's any city funds, can we talk to you about different funds that you have here, things like that. Is that person a lobbyist under this?
It depends. In the example of the person who is the paid representative for a community organization, yes, that person would qualify as a lobbyist, but under the proposal, not until he had 5 direct communications with you and
Right.
any other combination of city officials
In
a calendar quarter. That's
Calendar.
right. Yes.
So if they only talk to me and then followed up with my staff, I mean, what will happen then sometimes, like say my staff then follows up with them, we could say, look, we can talk with you 3 more times. I mean, there's an email exchange that could happen. I don't know if that counts as a meeting or not.
Yes, an email exchange would be considered a
So
direct
by
communication.
the 5th time, we need to let them know under this, if those were to pass, like, please register as a lobbyist.
That would be ideal, yes, to let them know that. But ultimately, the obligation lies with them.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I'm not worried about the impact on, I mean, there are other things that we have to consider as elected officials. I know that the onus is on those individuals. I also just want to I want to be concerned of the balance between a chilling effect of people wanting to meet with their representatives, because, trust me, it's tough enough. If here, a second scenario, this often happens, somebody's coming to open a restaurant, or a bakery, as the case in my district. That will definitely require at least 5 meetings, the way that we have our bureaucracy right now.
Yeah.
And once they find us, if they're lucky enough to find us, we really try to, help them along and through that process. These are folks who are often struggling just to get there. At a certain point, again, should it be fifth contact, you're now, if they're a sole proprietor or somebody, they're not an agent of anybody, but they're the owner operator. They too now become a lobbyist.
Yes, assuming that the contacts that they have are not exempt from the definition of lobbying. And there would be a number of those if they were, for example, a constituent of yours and simply calling to find out what are the procedural boxes that I have to check in order to go through this process, and you're merely providing data and there's no exchange, no attempt to influence a particular result. That does not constitute lobbying, for example. But the scenarios in which there is a paid representative for a community group or an individual who owns a business as a sole proprietor, those were exactly the reason why the Commission felt it was important to create 2 different thresholds for lobbyists, because you do have scenarios where somebody's job is not specifically to lobby, but if they're going to be doing a good job, they need to communicate with city officials on a certain front. And because in the sole proprietor scenario, there isn't a clear distinction between the individual and the business. So saying affirmatively that this person is advocating on behalf of another person is not entirely clear. So the 5 contact threshold was designed to create a buffer on that front and not immediately place them in the same category as lobbyists who that's what they do for a living.
And legislation, how is that? The way I understand the current definition is that it's influence legislation, but now we expand it not just for legislation, right? Because, somebody might be asking for funds, somebody could ask, can you help me steer through red tape? It now is broadened out, so it's not just influencing, because what we do, a small proportion of what we do, though it doesn't feel like it on most council meetings, is legislation. It's mostly, constituent help.
Yes, and actually this is more of a technical clarification in the proposal, because the term legislation is applied very broadly to even include administrative acts, so it's not specifically voting on an ordinance or drafting an ordinance. And so the proposal is to change the term to municipal decision to provide a more intuitive understanding of the kinds of things that could be considered issues for which lobbying is done.
Why did the commission or commission staff feel different about the certain exemptions in terms of quality? I'm not arguing against it. I think that the amount of work, the amount of meetings and the amount of work we've done around collective bargaining, for instance, and union communications, that's part of running the city. But so is helping a business get open. So is fixing a pothole for a constituent. Was it a kind of is there some sort of legal or philosophical difference, or was it a kind of a practical admission of some sort?
This and the I think you're referring to the exemption for union representatives
City
who
union communications,
yes,
MOUs, collective bargaining, et cetera.
That's part of the existing law, and I believe that it was originally adopted with some thought in mind of the legalities of the right that people have to collectively bargain and to protect city employees on that front. One of the communications that is exempt is talking about a civil service proceeding or a disciplinary matter and that kind of thing. So,
but it also captures as is, for instance. Somebody, a Senate could say, well, how much money city employees get in terms of our benefits and our salary is just as much about material things as whether somebody gets a green light for their business or whether this affordable housing developer gets the money or that one.
Yes, that's exactly right. The exemption, however, does not apply when the communication is made with the mayor's office or with the city council office. So those are considered lobbying activities. So it would be communications with
But it
personnel
isn't
staff
the
or,
CAO's office or something?
yeah, that's, yes.
That's the way it's written right now.
Yes, it is. And so the proposal preserves what is currently
So
in the
it's
law.
more just decided for whatever reasons not to touch that or to iron out as a practical, not a.
Essentially,
not
this,
some philosophical.
yes, this
reasoning.
time around, yes.
The categorical exemptions, could you walk through that a little bit
Sure.
more?
The categorical exemptions, this is the counterpart to the exemptions that are proposed for lobbying. These are the exemptions for lobbying entities. There are currently 3, and the commission recommends 4. The first one is an exemption for government officials who are acting in their official capacity. The second is for mass media outlets who are urging through advertising a certain result, and it would also include their employees who are engaging in that same activity. The third is for certain 501c3 organizations and their employees, and the fourth is an addition that the commission recommends for city consultants, just to clarify that they are more like
And they're
city,
exempt, and what is the exemption that they would have under this?
that they would not be required to register or report any of those 4 entities. The 501c3 exemption, though,
They're lobbying for funding.
yes, well, for the 501c3s, that's correct. It's,
Just- Go ahead.
yeah, it's for 501c3s, it's not a blanket exemption for every 501c3. The proposal is that 501c3s that provide basic life assistance services like food, shelter, relief type things directly to individuals at below market rates would be exempt as long as they are not engaging in lobbying on behalf of the organization itself for funding or property or a permit.
So an anti-hunger organization that needs to also give out food for free or less than market value could tell us to pass certain things about hunger.
No, if they, I mean, I have
But not money for
I
themselves.
have organizations
Correct.
that would be lobbying though for
For themselves.
permits and
Oh,
property to be able to provide this service. I mean, it's kind of what, very few of these organizations in my district got there magically. They got there because they had to go through the city's permitting process and have come and, lobbied for funding too, to provide the services.
Yeah.
Would that count as
yeah.
assistance directly to them?
Well, that's one of the questions. The other consideration too, is that when the entities are advocating not for policy decisions, but for the spending of public funds, the commission determined that the public has a greater interest in knowing when that kind of activity occurs. Even though these organizations may be providing wonderful benefits with the public money that is given to them, it is public money, and therefore some disclosure is appropriate.
So,
How do they
so how,
exist?
yeah, how would we walk through that? I can think of,
Yeah.
trying to keep it specific organizations, and, excuse me, just pulling some of these randomly, like Shelter Partnership provides like some services, but they do a lot of advocacy work as well. They probably benefit from the fact that we expanded the winter shelter program because while they're not direct providers of winter shelter, they do help assist people who do and sometimes do technical assistance of that. But once we expand that, we're not expanding it saying that Shelter Partnership for sure will get that money, but there aren't many folks in town that do get that. Is that them generally advocating for things, or is that them advocating for themselves?
Yes, it sounds like that's more of a policy discussion, not them lobbying specifically, please give us the property or the money, but please make more of this available to people who do what we do. It's a fine line, but that would be a distinction in terms of this particular exemption. The other consideration that
But again, I just have to hit on this one. I mean,
Yeah.
there's no competition between lighthouses. However, I very rarely see.
Expand Lighthouse.
Yeah, I very rarely see an organization that is committed to providing services actually come and say, "Oh, we hope that everybody that does what we do will benefit from, funding that you might possibly
Yeah.
give out there. No, they lobby for permitting, they lobby for any kind of discretionary funding. Before we changed our ordinances, which I voted against special events ordinance, before then,
Stated for the record.
they would lobby for waivers of these fees. Basically, and we really stood on the policy that they were providing services that government could not or would not provide. And, you know, that was sort of, I am, to say their exemption from this hinges on whether or not they would lobby for property permits or funding, basically means they won't be exempt from this. I don't know a nonprofit in my district that has not needed help, and by the way, it takes more than 5 meetings to get any kind of building and safety or any kind of permits through the city. So,
Yeah.
so basically, I think that's disingenuous to even say they would be exempt.
We don't have a problem because we always do it in 4 in my office, but I can understand that. Can you walk us through the bids as well? Like what
Yes.
the interpretation of what a business improvement district is? I mean, quasi-public, quasi-private, but
Right.
logic behind that?
Yeah, in the course of the commission's deliberations, we met with representatives of business improvement districts, and they are currently subject to the lobbying laws, just like anyone else would be if they qualify with the 30 hours in a consecutive 3-month period. And the commission determined that they should remain subject to the lobbying laws in its proposal. Some members of the bid community argued that they should be categorically exempt because they provide services similar to what the city would provide. And while they do that, they provide things such as graffiti removal or public safety kinds of things. They also do more than that. They engage in public improvements and advertising and marketing on behalf of the business district itself. One of the reasons the bids argued that they should be exempt is that they operate with tax dollars. While the money that is used to fund the bids is collected through the tax rolls, it can't be collected unless a majority of the property owners in the district agree to have it collected, and it's not a tax. Because it's all of that money is used for the business improvement district. The tax rolls are just a convenient way to collect the money and to ensure that everybody who's supposed to be paying is paying. Oh, I thought there was a question, sorry. So the commission determined that the business improvement districts should not be categorically exempt because they do engage in lobbying on behalf of their districts. In fact, some of them have organizational documents that specifically say in their budgets that a certain percentage of their money is allotted to advocacy efforts. Mm-hmm. And they do represent special interests. Different perhaps from the special interests that a traditional lobbyist might engage or might represent, but special interests nonetheless, in that they focus on the needs and desires of the property owners who are being assessed within that district. And they exist to, appropriately so, they exist to advocate on behalf of and improve business relations and community life for the property owners in that district.
What do you define as special interest under that scenario?
Well, a special interest would be something that is not broadly publicly based. So a business improvement district represents only those persons who own property and business within that district. They don't represent persons who are not being assessed within that district, and they don't represent anyone else who's not in that district. Does that help?
So their special interest is their businesses.
Yes. Improving business for those property and business owners. Yes.
Okay. And you said currently, how do they fit into our
Currently, they are subject. There's no categorical exemption for them either under the current law or under the proposal.
So nothing changes for them.
Correct.
Okay. I know we have number of public comment cards. Before that, I just want to add a little bit more discussion and a tiny bit more questioning. And I think it's better actually for the public comments to come after this so we can have some context and have some time to think these through. First of all, let me thank the Ethics Commission staff for, this is a really tough problem to deal with. And I think all of us want to have the right sort of disclosure. I mean, I hope we do. Maybe some people in this room don't, but I certainly do as chair of this committee. And I think all of us want to have greater disclosure in terms of knowing who's advocating about what. I also think that we're trying to define something that is so slippery and difficult to figure out. I mean, it's I don't know. It's like the Supreme Court case, and my apologies to lobbyists. About pornography, it's difficult to define, but you know when you see it. Well, I think for us, we know when we see a lobbyist, as opposed to when we see people who are lobbying for something. And I think you have a lot of people in this room who are kind of like, wait a second, I'm not a lobbyist, I'm an advocate, and I work in different groups, and whether it's a nonprofit that's for the business community or a nonprofit working on behalf of anti-poverty or a nonprofit working on behalf of unions, to me, there's always been a different threshold, and I appreciate that there's a different threshold in terms of the number of visits and the fee. So acknowledging that and that we share that there is some sort of differentiation, it then becomes difficult for us to figure further in there. What are we trying to protect the public from, and what do they need to know? Because at the end of the day, I mean, we're paid advocates who take positions on things ourselves and argue for them. I mean, you can take it to the extreme, and I'll make sure Janice registers if I register, and we can talk about when we meet with each other. But there is, I think it's incumbent upon us to be very precise about what we're going to define here, and to do some thinking that is really embedded in the real world. I mean, what I like the dynamic between our Ethics Commission and Council is Ethics Commission, I think, often thinks through in a pure way. Council members, and you're in some ways more versed and know the law and know the precedents around the country and other systems better than we do. We then live in the world of like actual provision of services to people, and we know that all the best intended rules are what we spend most of the day trying to get through in all the other areas of what we do, because there's no laws, or rarely are there laws that are poorly intended, but then we become council members and we inherit this backpack of things that just make life difficult for people who are trying to do simple things out there. It's kind of government getting in the way, and it's difficult to unwind those. And it's very easy to just take the ethical stance of just go as far as you can this way because that's the most ethical thing, when I think in reality over time I've been here, the most ethical thing is to make things both properly disclosed and easy enough for people to access what they need to in a democracy without making it a really difficult thing. And so that's the balance that I want to strike as we dig down into this issue. So that's all I kind of want to state, just as some principles. But I think there's some excellent stuff in here, and I also have some things where I'm still chewing through. 5 contacts is better than 1, but it's a pretty irrelevant division for me, because anything of substance we'll have 5 contacts with. So you're going to catch so few people between 1 and 5. So it's almost like saying you're different without making it really different substantively in terms of the practice. Nonprofits versus. I know a lot of people have always said, and they've said this about neighborhood councils too, which is why I've pushed strong for disclosure in neighborhood councils, and a number of neighborhood council folks I know have supported that, because at a certain point, you can either be paranoid that any organization that's a nonprofit or a neighborhood council, or even city councils, as we're often accused of, can be infiltrated by the special interests. But on the other flip side, I think there is something different from that pure lobbyist who is like, look, here's my shingle, hire me, and I'll advocate for you on whatever. Versus somebody who takes a job in something they believe in with an organization. And of course they earn a salary, but it's not like when they come to City Hall they're going to get an extra $20,000 bonus if they get the alleyway in Cahuenga, done. It's just something that we believe in. So I still want to tread that area, and I think that's where most of the discussion and opposition and ideas in this room come from folks out there in the real world as well. And so I'm anxious to hear that, but I don't know if you want to add anything else before we hear from some of those folks.
Well, yeah, and I was, and I came in a little bit late, so I don't know if you kind of went over this, just in broad terms, maybe help me and anybody who may be listening, what exactly really we were trying to fix. I mean, what was broken? Because I agree. I mean, I think, we want full disclosure. We want transparency. We, really want the public to know who is getting our ear and who seems to be having some kind of influence at City Hall versus, again, who are those out there who are really doing these things because they're important and they're delivering services that, again, government is not able to do. So kind of wanted to hear from you and I know this is 2 years of study and surveys and want to know, what was the overreaching brokenness about our current ordinance that you're trying to fix. And for me, it's the contacts that have me a little bit troubled as a public official, because kind of one of my mantras out there is I just went to a shelter groundbreaking of a nonprofit who is going to have 40 beds for women in Wilmington. Loved it, loved the idea. But I will tell you, from groundbreaking to building the shelter, the bureaucracy that they're going to have to work through at City of Los Angeles is enormous. And I made in my speech, I said, I just want you to know you will not wear out your welcome with me. I am going to be accessible to you. You can have as many meetings as you want. We are going to build this shelter together. And I know how daunting it can be to have a good idea in the City of Los Angeles and want to do a good thing. Because I think some of these advocates for their causes are going to be really troubled by this aspect that they're going to have to register as a lobbyist.
Yeah, that particular example, if that shelter is a 501c3 organization, they are providing services directly to individuals.
They will be lobbying me for permits, for funding.
They get an exemption if they're working on behalf of indigent peoples. That's kind of the way it's written now, right?
Right.
Even if they're lobbying for permits and funding.
Well, for permits and funding on behalf of the organization, no, the exemption does not apply.
But that's my problem.
Yeah.
They're not going to be lobbying, I guarantee you, for, homeless women everywhere. They're going to be lobbying for this particular shelter because it's going to provide a service for homeless women.
Yeah. Well,
And that troubles me.
yeah.
And I just want to figure out what are we trying to fix with
Right.
that aspect of it.
Well, and the commission was very cognizant during its deliberations of the need to balance, because you have to have you can't just have this imposing burden of regulation that's so great that it casts a shadow over any public disclosure that might be the benefit of the laws. And so the commission does care very much about striking the appropriate balance and welcoming further discussion from the individuals like yourselves who are dealing with these issues on a daily basis. The commission's overarching concerns in taking up this review were to ensure that the law is clear and consistent and enforceable. There have been a number of changes done sort of piecemeal over the last 15 years that weren't thoroughly vetted through the Ethics Commission. They create some inconsistencies, some difficulties in implementing and complying.
So we're basically looking for consistency and clarity.
Yes, but also enforceability. The commission.
But just even the example I just gave, what about that bothered the Ethics Commission? That this nonprofit would actually be lobbying for a permit, build a shelter. What about that didn't sit well? And maybe I'm missing what we're scared of.
Right. We're not scared of lobbying. Lobbying is a legitimate way. It's a wonderful way, in fact, for city officials to find out about the needs in the community and to get expertise on particular issues. So there's no fear there. The desire, though, is to make sure that the public is aware of the interests that are influencing the way the city decisions are made, the governmental processes are conducted, the way public funds are spent. So it's really a disclosure issue, not a we think this is bad or we think this is good kind of an issue. The existing law exempts 501c3s if they if they provide services to indigent individuals and they provide government funding, and it does not apply currently if they are petitioning the government for funding on behalf of the organization itself. The Commission felt that it was appropriate to expand that exception to the exemption to lobbying for not just funding for the organization, but also permits and property, because permits and property are tied to the money issues in the same way that funding is. There's legitimate room for debate on all of the recommendations that are presented.
I would venture to say all that is in the public domain. I mean, many of those items that we do with transferring funding, or it certainly are in open meetings, they're on council agendas, they're in Board of Public Works, they're in neighborhood council meetings, they're in many of these require community meetings, notices to be sent, to people within, 500 feet or what. I mean, I feel like a lot of this information is in the public domain.
Yeah, and the Commission does not want to have this onerous reporting requirement for things that are otherwise transparent to the public. So one of the exemptions for the definition of lobbying is attending or speaking on the record at a public meeting. Because as you say, there's public notice that these meetings are being conducted. The public can attend. Anybody who's there can hear what's being said and respond to it if they desire. So the Commission agrees that those kinds of things shouldn't constitute activities that need to be regulated as lobbying. But it would be more like the meetings that someone would have with you privately, individually in your office, that the public doesn't know what was said or have an opportunity to respond to.
I think there's two. If the way I have always read this or understood it, there's really two things that we're trying to get at. One is disclosure of who's meeting with whom, and the second is how much money is paying that person to do it or that firm to do it. And I think they're both important things. They're both delicate things because, meetings are a public record. Like, I mean, as we've all gone through, in case anybody in this room doesn't know, Councilmember Hahn and my calendars are public records. Anything we put down there, although we're allowed to black out if we have a private meeting and go to the doctor's office or something, nail appointment, hypothetically, and they look great. They are public records, so anybody can request that and see who we're meeting with. Yeah. They can do that with city officials too. They could ask for Brian's calendar or Dion's, and Dion's has some pretty good stuff on it. But that is there. It's whether or not that's kind of regularized now on the other part of the people who then meet with us. Do they then have to record who they are meeting with? Again, to me, people who clearly are getting paid as kind of hang a shingle out lobbyists, I think that's great information that should be out there. They have to do that now, and we're determining, are there anybody else that creeps into that? The second piece of how much are people getting paid, one person could say, well, isn't that just enough to know that, and you can get it through our calendars? But we wouldn't necessarily always know, and it could be one person at a company. Like, should we know what the CEO of Playa Vista is earning to be able to come to city council all the time and advocate on Playa Vista? It's probably in the public interest to know that. I think that's a fair thing to report and to question. And we also know that not all nonprofits, it's easy to pick the saint-sounding nonprofits. We also know there's been bad nonprofits that the city has funded too. People who are, anti-gang workers who are selling drugs, while under city, while being paid by city money. So there is something important, but I don't know if this necessarily solves that piece simply by letting people know what they're getting paid in their meetings. It's more, good government that people should be going after and assessing whoever we interact with, whoever gets public money, they need to produce a homeless shelter or they need to produce gang services, and that this doesn't necessarily address that need either. So anyway, those are just kind of a little bit of food for thought for those things, but I think those are the two things we're trying to get after with this. It's just nuanced of, okay, who goes over that line and how do we define that line? And my concern over time has been, and 100 isn't a lot, but I'm glad that that's lower, and that might be fine for me, is that with nonprofits or whoever we decide goes over that line, especially if they have to do each of their employees, as some have done proactively, even in anticipation, it gets to be a very expensive part of a bread and butter nonprofit that doesn't have a lot of money. And I don't think the city should be in business of kind of, in essence, taxing them to do that. But why don't we hear some public comments, because I know we also have ratepayer advocate and some other big things. We do have some folks. Thank you, and stand by, and we'll see if there's any further questions or thoughts from the committee and others.
Lower the $100 fee?
Sorry?
Do they lower the $100 fee?
No, you can ask that. The nonprofits, I think the
Nonprofits
proposed
would
is that it would be
pay
$450 for normal and $100 for nonprofits
Nonprofits.
would be.
Yes, if they're not exempt, yes, which is actually significantly lower than
And each of
the
their
other
and each
fees.
of their in-house employees that would do this would have to pay 100 individually, right?
That's correct, as opposed to the 450 that's charged
Right.
of others.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I am not in favor of that, but.
Okay.
Carol Schatz is our first speaker, and then Misty Iwatsu.
I can't do this in 2 minutes.
I'm sorry. You got to try.
Okay.
Even if it is the 20th anniversary.
Carol Schatz, President of Central City Association of Los Angeles. We attended all the commission hearings. We did talk with staff.
I'll give everybody 3 minutes. We'll do
Thank
that.
you.
Okay.
I don't mean to be disrespectful about what I'm about to say, but
You should address your comments to the committee.
I will. But this is a small
Sure.
room. But this ordinance, this proposed ordinance, is of great concern to the business community, not just the BIDs, but to the business community in general. The ordinance, we think, frankly, is an ordinance in search of a problem. Obviously, they were reviewing it, and then they decided to throw in a lot of other things, whether or not there was a particular problem that they were attempting to address. The commission meeting at which they basically endorsed every one of the staff's recommendations, frankly, all the heads of the business organizations were in the room, and we found it to be one of the most insulting meetings we had ever attended, because it was never made clear why every single point we had made over this 2-year process was essentially ignored. We maintain, as you know, because we have been talking about this for a while, that this proposed ordinance perpetuates a lack of an inequity in enforcement. I mostly register. Sometimes in some years when I had my staff doing everything, I wouldn't. But the minute, for example, I was very involved in the DWP rate increase, even though I didn't meet the threshold, I registered because I knew how it would look. However, labor did not. And over and over again, we find that I'm not talking about particular contracts, I'm talking about policy issues like the DWP rate increase, like the budget, not related to a specific contract, like the living wage ordinance for the hotels at the airport. We had to agree to disagree on that. But there was no registering by the AFL-CIO or the head of Local 11, or Lane only very recently has registered lobbyists when they've been advocating for one policy after another. I don't know whether this is going to be, you feel this is covered by the language that you have in this ordinance, but in not addressing the lack of enforcement on those issues, then you are perpetuating what I think, and many of us feel, is the basic problem with this democracy, that there are 2 sets of rules, one for businesses and representatives of businesses who are paid, and labor, who are paid. Maria Elena Durazo is paid to advocate for the benefits of her members. As for there are other things. This would require us to keep track of every email, every communication that we make with you, and if we don't, we're violating the law. Transparency, very hard to accomplish. What about the communications? With all due respect to you as council members, you talk. We don't know what's being said there. you know, transparency
talk to
only
different
goes
act-
so.
we never get to
Well,
talk to each
well,
other.
two of you could, maybe not
Not on this
three.
committee. Thank you, Dion.
And neighborhood councils, of course,
I'm gonna ask you to conclude.
advocate.
Yep.
And so there are many other things I'd like to
Thank
put
you.
into the record. I'll do it in a letter, but there are many issues with this proposal.
Leave out the living wage if you write the letter.
I will, darling, I will.
And just to prove your point, if there's anyone here from labor, you can have 4 minutes, but business only gets 3. Just
What you
kidding.
usually have.
No, we're very fair about it. Misty Iwatsu is our next speaker. She'd like to come forward, and then
Good until she brought in the living wage.
you had her till living wage.
Yeah, I know.
No, I was kidding.
Number one rule, know your audience.
Gary Russell will follow.
I'm with the Lincoln Heights Benefit Association, which is the Lincoln Heights Business Improvement District. I'm also with the North Figueroa Association, which is the Highland Park Business Improvement District. All of those areas which are economically depressed areas. So I am talking today on the bid asking to be exempt. And there was a couple things that I heard today about using public funds, which we all know that bids do not use public funds. And another thing that we had heard today was about transparency. Well, all of the bids are under city contract. And with that city contract, you know, we have to provide directors and officers insurance, general liability. We have reviewed financial statements that we submit to the city. We also have do our yearly taxes or 990 taxes, which are submitted to the city. In addition to filing quarterly reports with the city, providing annual planning reports, holding annual meetings, which are open to the public. We publish newsletters that go out to the communities. We also abide by the Brown Act, which means that our agendas are posted and our minutes are posted, whether it's on a website or when our offices. But, you know, we have a lot of transparency. So having an additional reporting is going to be cumbersome, and especially with districts that don't have a lot of money to begin with, it's just going to be more fiscally impacting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Misty. Appreciate it. Who was next? I'm sorry, it was Gary Russell. And after Mr. Russell will be Russ Brown.
Good afternoon. My name is Gary Russell. I'm the Executive Director of the Wilshire Center Business Improvement District. We were formed back in 1995, providing services to the community, to the city of Los Angeles for those times, both in security, maintenance, and marketing of the area. What we do is, you know, as both of you know, is provide services for the broader community. I mean, yes, directly the CSCs pay for it, but in reality, who benefits is a lot of people who come into our streets, who shop in our communities, who live in our communities. The security and the maintenance enhances that. You know, we are basically a partner. We think we're partners with the city, in a sense. We provide supplemental services to the city. We have a contract that tells us we have to do certain things. And some of those things means we have to interact sometimes with the police department and the city clerk's office. Nothing else, to submit our reports. And, you know, there's discussions with them all the time. Or public works, just informing them what we're doing about things and see what they're not doing, that we don't become redundant. Sometimes we have to find out what they're doing. So we're not doing the same thing, like tree trimming. Well, maybe they're coming out to do tree trimming sometime soon. Well, I'm not going to do that then if the city's doing it, because we're supposed to be supplementary.
Once every 12 years.
Well, I know down. I don't worry about that now, Dale. Well, maybe it wasn't a good example. But things like that where we need to communicate with, you know, and you know, sidewalk work. When is that? Things like that. So those are all going things that we provide. And to our contract, we have an annual, you know, public, like for us, because we're merchant-based, we have a public meeting every year with City Council. Our budget's approved every year by City Council. You know, we have annual membership. As mentioned, we have the newsletters. We have we have the website. We have these annual reports, and everything is available on the city clerk's site. Exactly what the task we're doing. We do reports. Well, quarterly reports. Tell them exactly what we have been doing that quarter and what we propose to do. I think our level of transparency is overwhelming compared to any other organizations I know of. So I think this ordinance, in our mind, or I think most of the bids, is redundant. You know, it doesn't allow us to meet maybe collectively with, in our annual, monthly meetings with city officials then, because that begins turning the clock. I mean, how do we have a dialogue? Again, we go back to that partnering, that relationship, the supplemental services, and go back to our original contract we have with the city to provide that. And that does mean interfacing with city officials all varying times. So, I'm hoping you would take that in consideration. There is full transparency, full disclosures. We all open to the Brown Act. We all have our information on the website. You can find our agendas, our minutes, everything. Try to be posted there. So I would hope you consider that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Russ Brown. After that is Estela Lopez.
Russ Brown, I'm executive director of the Historic Downtown Bid, which is Broadway, Spring, and Main, but I'm also president of Downtown LA Neighborhood Council. I would actually argue that the work we do through the bid is significantly even more transparent than what we have through the Neighborhood Council. The sole purpose of the bids are to be a partner with the city to provide services. I would argue that if the city had its act together and was doing what it was supposed to be doing, there would be zero need for the bids. Our budget is almost 85% clean and safe programs, tree trimming, sidewalk maintenance, working with the LAPD, doing all of the things that the city is incapable of doing. That's 100% of the property owners themselves paying to deliver city services that the city is not able to do. And it's a misnomer, it's a very grave misnomer to say that the bids only represent businesses. We are paid for by the building owners, but every small business, every resident, every people in our district we work with. On Main Street, we have SRO Housing, we have Skid Row Housing, we have LA CAN, we have USEF, we have all of the homeless advocates that we also work with and work closely with. So today, my 5 allotments with the contacts of the city would have been used up. Bicycle racks, pedestrian, sidewalk repair, tree trimming, homeless issues, parks issues. That was just this morning. So we're already maxed out for the whole month. Tell me how any of those issues was a direct penny into any individual's pockets other than advocating for the whole neighborhood. This regulation was supposed to be balanced, not impose a burden, be enforceable, and not be onerous. I don't see that in any of this. If you want to make an exemption, she made an exemption for a 501c3 that worked with indigent groups. I would say the city of LA at this point is one of the worst indigent groups with a $400 million deficit, that the bids are basically the lifeline for the neighborhoods to keep it going. So all of our meetings, again, are part of our contract. It's Brown Act. We go through all of that. The other part of this is if we don't accurately list every single contract, there are a lot of people just waiting to check your schedule and his schedule and my schedule and start doing a game of gotcha. And it will take, the original proposal was that anybody had standing to come after any unlisted contact. So how do I go to city council and see somebody in the elevator and see them in the lobby and have meetings when you have 18 different things going on, and there's no difference between a 30-minute meeting and a 30-second conversation in the hallway? Thank you.
Russ. Estela Lopez. After that is Carrie Morrison.
Good afternoon, council members. Estela Lopez, Executive Director of the Central City East Association. The hat that I wear is as the director also of 2 downtown business improvement districts, the Downtown Industrial District and the Arts District, together 97 blocks of downtown LA. When I hear that I am considered in this document to be advocating for a particular business or a particular property owner, I wonder what it is that I'm not doing correctly, because in terms of giving people the impression of what I do, because my 60-plus hour work weeks are really acting in the role of a communicator and an interpreter and a translator between you and the community. The people that call us, that email us, really want to know how to better access City Hall for issues like my colleagues have mentioned that deal with all aspects of city services. In our arts district right now, you know the big push is for clean tech as the clean tech corridor. My conversations with DWP, CRA, council offices that represent that area. The other half of my life is Skid Row. And my conversations there with Public Works, with CRA, with LAPD, and forming these bridges of communication, they find people in those areas, in our bid areas, find it so much easier to call us and have us help walk them through the maze of how to contact this building. And so that's how we spend our days and nights, serving as interpreters, as links to this building. I dare say that the improvements that happen to the area aren't improvements that are placed in the pockets of a particular business or a particular property owner. The entire area benefits, as you said, Councilman, if an alley gets cleaned. An entire area benefits if a mid-block crossing is put in so that people in Skid Row with wheelchairs can get across, and that's what we try to do. If we lobby for that, then I proudly lobby for that. But I do not think that in my role I have a shingle outside of my door that says that I'm doing this for a particular private interest. You heard discussion already about the reporting that we do. To be able to do our job, I would have to be reporting a daily diary of my approximately 125 emails a day. 90% of those have some relation to or direct contact with this building. So it is going to be an enormous imposition that will be just completely detrimental to how I and my staff are able to do our work. Thank
I just
you.
have one question for you. How do you get your emails down to just 125 a day? Maybe we can talk about that later.
Very selective.
All right. Carrie.
Thank you. My name is Carrie Morris, and I'm the Executive Director of the Hollywood Property Owners Alliance and the Central Hollywood Coalition, managing 2 business improvement districts, the Hollywood Entertainment District and the Sunset and Vine BID. I will not reiterate the comments that my colleagues have already made about the level of transparency and the requirements of our city contract. I want to add maybe just a couple of things that they did not bring up. One is that we are typically 501c6 organizations, so we're not going to fall under a nonprofit exemption if one even exists anymore. And also, we already do pay fees to the city. We pay anywhere from 1% to 2% of our assessment. So, for example, on a $3.4 million assessment in Hollywood, we pay $34,000 a year already on an annual basis to the city clerk to help compensate for their oversight of the voluminous materials that we send in for.
Thanks you for that.
Yeah, and also all of the bids collectively in this city, I believe the aggregated contribution, arguably taking care of municipal services, is about $24 million a year. So the partnership that we are in is one, that's how we view it. And I know, and Heather has said, you know, you shouldn't consider the label of a lobbyist being a bad thing, but it does have a certain connotation, as you were describing before. We see ourselves as paid staff advocating for a community. I am here advocating right now. Last comment I want to make, and I think you raised some good comments about just the public policy aspects of civic engagement. You know, we lack civic engagement in this country, where there's just, you know, a decline in voting, a decline in participation. And a lot of what we do is to encourage civic engagement, the letters and participating in committees and just being aware of what's going on in government, meeting with elected officials, meeting with agency folks. And I think this is going to create a chilling effect. It's certainly, I've been told now, based on describing my day, and I echo what Estella said, you'd have to have a daily diary of what I do. It would look like this for 1 week. It will create gridlock for us to not only compile the data, but I think for the Ethics Commission staff to evaluate the data, and also confusion about, even today, I think it was a little bit difficult to answer some of your very good questions about whether something really constitutes lobbying or not. So I would think the safest course of action here is to do a categorical exemption of the organizations that manage business improvement districts and their paid staff. Thank you.
Thank you. That's our last public comment card. is there anything you'd like to say in response on ethics, or you just want to be in listen mode today? I wanted to give you the opportunity if there's anything that that came up that you'd like to address.
I can do that. My understanding is that there will be more conversations about this.
Yeah, I think because it's so big, I didn't want to just move a piece today, and I need to actually think through some of the pieces. I'm sure Ms. Hahn does as well on some of the feedback that we've been getting as well, and not just from bids, but different gradations of nonprofits. I think those are the main ones. The traditional lobbyist piece is easy, and then just what is a threshold and how much communication and how do we make this workable?
Yeah.
But if there's anything you did want to respond to, I'm happy to have you.
Just two thoughts that I have
Sure.
that seem to be some of the bigger concerns. One is with regard to the transparency that's already required of bids, and that is transparency about some of their activities. It's not necessarily transparency for the public to know how they're engaging with the city. So, yes, they are required to submit reports and make their meetings public and that kind of thing. But the one-on-one conversations that they have with city officials are not part of what would be disclosed, and so that's a concern as far as getting that available to the public. The other thing is, several of them mentioned how many times they communicate with city officials on big policy issues on a daily basis, and so that is part of the Commission's concern about them engaging with the city as an advocate would for any other kind of interest. And while there may be some benefits to the greater community because an alley is kept clean or safe, the same could be said of other lobbying efforts that provide a trickle-down effect, but really the alley exists within a particular business improvement district, and the point is to primarily benefit the members who are paying for that improvement district. One last thought that I have is that this is not a new requirement. The bids are currently required to register under the lobbying ordinance if they qualify.
That's what I was going to ask. I didn't want to call anybody out here, but what you told me
We lock the doors, please.
I know, was that currently they are under the current ordinance.
Yes, which is...
They're back there shaking their head, and, I'm getting a lot of visual from up here.
Have a mirror here.
Yeah, they're just like not believing that, or they haven't registered, or they're looking very confused.
Yes, and we had this conversation with them during the course of our deliberations. They are, in fact, subject to the lobbying ordinance as written. And in fact, as written...
They're all out of compliance at this point.
Some of them may be, but this goes to the enforceability issue because of the 30 hours. But the current ordinance is even more broad than what's being proposed because their engagement with you at this public meeting counts as lobbying activity. So...
That public meeting is testifying in public meetings is not an activity.
Under the proposal, it would be exempt, but under the current law, it is considered a lobbying activity.
So this is just kind of a good example. How's that enforcement going?
Well, that is a big reason why the Commission felt like this comprehensive review was extremely important, because we have an enforceability issue. Determining, in fact, Measure R made it more difficult than it was beforehand, because now we have to prove 30 hours. Before Measure R, we had to prove $4,000 in a calendar quarter. We could at least subpoena bank records and third-party statements to, kind of track the flow of money. But with 30 hours, it's kind of a he said, she said kind of a situation. So we have huge evidentiary problems on that front. And that's a significant reason why the Commission felt like moving to a contacts-based threshold was better.
Okay.
All right. Some of the thinking that would help us, if ethics staff or CLA can kind of think through worst-case scenarios. I mean, it's easy for us to pick the great mass of people who are not doing anything wrong, and I assume if there's an intention to do this, I'd like it more explicitly spelled out. Give me example, either hypothetical or real world, of where that sort of influence and that disclosure is critical and doesn't exist right now. And then I think that's the main thing for me. And it's not just bids. I know that bids are out here in force, but we don't have a lot of. I think if a lot of nonprofits that are here realize some of where they would be, swept into this and not, we would probably be able to fill this room a number of times, and so I think we can maybe work as council members to make sure those folks are also there. There was meetings with some nonprofits, correct? As you
Yes,
as well?
multiple meetings with nonprofits,
All
yeah.
right. And maybe you
Right.
can help us know some of the ones you met with, and we can have them here and kind of get some assessment of that
Right.
too.
Yeah, and I'll just say on the record, and I don't know how it gets, if you want the feedback, I mean, for me, I have real issues with the so-called exemption for the nonprofits, because I think as it is written there, it actually will equate to no exemptions.
Okay,
I just don't, again, the nonprofits that I work with need permits, need funding, need all of this, from the nonprofit that puts on the Christmas parades in my cities, in my communities, to, again, those who are opening shelters. So I don't see how that works. And I tell you, I could not, with any good conscience, ask them to pay an extra fee.
okay.
I just cannot do that. I just think that is, they will not believe what we're doing to them. I think they will look at it, again, as sort of a hostile relationship when they're saying, we're providing these services that you cannot do, and now you're asking us to pay a lobbying fee.
Okay,
So if there's any way to relook at that for me.
absolutely, we can relook at everything.
Yeah.
Would you be more comfortable if we took out the exception for the 501c3 exemption with regard to permits and property and left it as the current law is, which is just lobbying for funding?
Yes, I would be more
Okay.
comfortable.
Okay,
And elected officials who are not part of city elected officials are exempted from this? And they don't count as
all
lobby-
public officials are exempt, yes, if they're acting in their official government capacities. And that's not even just limited to city officials, that would be county and, any government.
So when Xavier Slavsky calls me, as he did, to say MoCo wants to have parking across the street at Disney Concert Hall, it's really a city museum because you guys started it, but we need you guys to stop charging money for the traffic officers at the Hollywood Bowl, which doesn't come out of the county general fund. And the Hollywood Bowl and the Philharmonic is no different, in my mind, than a business improvement district, than an advocacy group for a living wage coalition or whatever. They would be seen as different. It would be recommended to continue keeping them as different.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. All right, let me do some thinking while we continue this. And thank you very much, everybody, for your presence here, and thank you to the Ethics Commission
Thank
for
you.
your work on this as well.
Yeah.
If we can turn, just two again, Ms. Hahn, is there
Yeah,
anything
that's
that you
fine, I
wanted to
don't
add?
have a
Okay, we'll move the CLA report as amended on 2. And let's go to the Independent Ratepayer Advocate, item number 3.
Item number 3 is a report in response to motion Garcetti, Smith, Perry, Weezer, Labange, Reyes, Corretz relative to creating an independent ratepayer advocate for the LADWP.
All righty. Mr. CLA.
Good afternoon, Chairman,
Good
Councilman Bernard.
afternoon.
Rafael Prado with the CLA's office. I'm
Have
joined.
you registered in the back as a lobbyist? Right?
Yes,
I'll make sure, okay.
yes.
All right.
I got that covered as
Paid your
well.
fees?
Make sure I have all my documentation, my emails in line.
Good, good.
We've been instructed to report to your committee with respect to a motion which has been submitted regarding the ratepayer advocate. We've submitted a report actually which we prepared about 2 months ago with respect to the ratepayer advocate issue and a myriad of ratepayer DWP reform oriented items. The majority of these items were introduced in the council during the period that the council and DWP were dealing with the ECAF matter. Not long thereafter, we reported with respect to coming back to the council, this committee, and the Energy Environment Committee with respect to a comprehensive proposal to address the DWP reform issues. In our review of the 10 or so, and I think now 12 motions, the key motions that I think we primarily been focusing on are the independent ratepayer, the ombudsperson, and the Inspector General, since it appears that those motions or that concept seems to encompass most of the reform issues, and depending on how we develop the scope, can address most of the other structural issues that the council wishes to address with respect to DWP. We're currently in the process of developing that report. We hope to have a report out sometime next month, in order for the council to consider that in September. And we understand if you wish to proceed with a ballot initiative, the dates in order to make the March 2011 ballot would be November 3rd. So that should provide ample time. In addition, if you'd like to include time frame for community input and so forth, we could also work that out as well.
All right. Hold on, sorry, I just wanted to glance at what all the different ones were that were here.
Yeah, there's a lot there to look
Yeah,
at.
I think I'd like to focus today. I appreciate the report had everything and there wasn't enough time. I'd like to, I kind of fold in my thinking and talking to Mr. Weezar, ombudsman and ratepayer advocate into the umbrella of what I'll call ratepayer advocate. So those two are pretty clear. Mr. Smith is supportive of that idea. He was one of the co-introducers of this, and he has Inspector General, which I see and through my talks with him is kind of a different entity, which I think requires some a different path, and it's not at all to close that one off by moving forward with ratepayer advocate. But I do think that there is considerable momentum behind the idea of an independent ratepayer advocate and a process that I'd like to lay out where we do this very transparently and openly and publicly. I appreciate that the, truth be told, everybody who's for ratepayer advocate at some point probably wasn't until, except for a couple people who first thought of it. But those of us who've been doing it for a while, and then folks who've come to it sooner, the number of people who are said now that they're for ratepayer advocate is pretty great. The mayor supports it, the department supports it, but the devil's in the details. And for me, personally, I think it's really critical that we, and I appreciate, for instance, the letter from VICA and what Mr. Freeman said, that we're all ratepayer advocates, and yes, we all are, but I really see a ratepayer advocate that we design together, put before the people to vote on, that isn't run by a politician or a bureaucrat. And I think politicians and bureaucrats do some pretty great things a lot of the time, but it is important for us to have that be pretty independent, and for us to develop a process in the next couple months before the deadline to make sure that we have as much community buy-in and suggestions about how that should be done as possible. And I've talked with Ms. Perry about holding these meetings out in the community and going and actually hearing different parts of the city, what what their ideas are for creating an Office of Independent Ratepayer Advocate. Fully acknowledging two things have to exist for this to be successful. One, I think it has to be independent, and two, we need to have leadership in the department that continues to support it. For those who say that we shouldn't have it and it costs too much, I don't think anybody would advocate right now getting rid of the Inspector General at the Los Angeles Police Department. But remembering the early years of the Inspector General, when we had a chief that was very hostile to it, it had plenty of power on paper and was completely ineffective. So it's really going to require continuing reform of the department, and I think there's been great movement made in that direction, and also its own independence and structure, that it won't just report and be captured by any one entity, but that it reports ultimately to the people of Los Angeles, but that formally it reports to us as a legislative body as well as the Board of Commissioners, and that provides a nice check and balance. So I'd like for you to, there were three asks that were in my motion. I know we didn't have time to actually put that before, but I think we can move that forward together, because it's not questions you have to answer per se. It's wanted you to report on creating a public input process, but we'd like to sit down and design that with folks who have been advocating this in the public and neighborhood council community and the business community and the ratepayer community in general, and within the city government, to move forward with a process so that we know what our deadlines are to get a draft, to move forward with putting something for the March ballot where it will be free or very low cost for us to put it on a city ballot. And ask the department as well to put money aside for an independent analyst to be contracted from now until that period. I think that's something that's strong for the department. I think it helps the commissioners have a second opinion. It certainly helps us as policymakers. And look, it's not always a perfect process, and that can be flawed, and it can be politicized, but I do think we don't want to lose the gap between now and then. And I respect where the department is coming from of wanting to get somebody in place so they're there. I think the way we can compromise on that is to have the department put some money between now and March to make sure that we have that analysis available from an independent contract until ratepayer advocate ballot measure is either in effect or voted down by the public. And if we get there, which I don't think we will, we'll assess how to move forward. In terms of pricing out what it would cost to hold public input meetings, I know we have very little money this year. I'd like to do it as cheaply but as robustly as possible. I think we can help you do that with existing staff. And with the first two proposed dates that we had for the Valley and South LA were August 16th and 19th as well. So if we could move forward with a schedule, and then other parts of the city where we have folks that like to come, we could come to West LA. We could come do something here downtown. We could go back to a different part of the Valley. We could go down to San Pedro and the Harbor area as well. But I think it's an idea whose time has come. We have to do this intelligently. It shouldn't be swept up in the emotions of the moment. But I think if we do this the right way, nobody has anything to fear. This is going to empower and help all of us to be able to have that. And it's really a check on when things do get overly politicized. And for folks to be able to say, look, I told you so. If a ratepayer advocate confirms what they were saying all along, or if they have a contrary opinion, to be able to think things through a little bit more. And I think that the way that we're really looking at it, because it's been a fair question brought up, people are saying, is a ratepayer advocate only looking for the cheapest possible rates? And the answer to that is no, but. And the no is, of course, we see two things that we need to protect, and this came out in the spring. One is the rates for the ratepayers, but also the transfer, which is essentially the city's dividend from a publicly owned company instead of a privately owned one, to continue the very infrastructure things a lot of people talk about that goes into the coffers to be able to make sure our sidewalks are fixed and our trees are trimmed and our streets are paved. But also the but piece is that this is somebody who should be looking out for framing both analysis of any proposed rate increases, but also when we have moments of decisions, well, you can go this way and this will cost this much more if you want to make these policy decisions to essentially some of the work that the CLA does and the CAO, but somebody who has the expertise specifically in the utilities to make decisions between, okay, if you want to go green and you want it to be solar, it's going to cost, this is the price of that. If you want to hold off and not do that and go a different way or not do green power, that's the price. And then when we make those decisions, I think those of us who want to see both a green and a reliable utility as well as one with the lowest possible prices, those are the lowest possible prices with the energy mix that we want to see. And so I think a ratepayer advocate can do all of that. And certainly when people look at, well, do we have the money to do this? Even some of the advocacy that can be done on this can help us avoid downgrades that cost us more than the entire office probably would cost in a given year. So I think that we can figure out a way for this to pay for itself and be a real benefit for the department as well as for the people and ratepayers of LA. Ms. Hahn, we have one public speaker card, but Ms. Hahn, did you want to say anything on this?
No, again, there's a lot to work out ultimately before we finalize this. I'm in favor of this. Just have just questions about where else this type of setup, other cities where this works and how does it work, and ultimately what's our thinking on who this person reports to. That's one of the questions that I think really always matters. Seems sometimes great intentions really get messed up because of the reporting line. And that's very critical to me on how we see this and who we see this person reporting to. And want to know what role neighborhood councils are going to play in this whole process.
And I think there's some answers. There are states that have ratepayer advocates. We have one in the state here. New Jersey is one that's often pointed to. But if we can maybe get a little bit of that info, and that's as we take the show on the road, I think that's going to be the CLA can play a key role in kind of giving some ideas of what those structures are like. I as just one member of this committee, was saying I think that it should report to both the commission and the council. But think those issues through, and we're open and listen to what people have to say and incorporate what you're hearing out there as well from stakeholders who have some ideas and opinions about how this could be done too. Okay.
We'll take a look at that model as well.
Why don't we take public comment, and then I want to go through the other motions that are here just briefly and kind of make sure that those aren't lost and completely ignored in any way. Chuck Ray is our first speaker from Mar Vista Community Council, and then Jack Humperville. Thank you for your patience. I hope you enjoyed the previous show.
I always learn something when I come downtown.
Absolutely.
I've been following the Independent Ratepayers Advocate situation for several months as the vice chairman of the Neighborhood Council's DWP MOU Oversight Committee.
World's longest committee name.
Yes. And as in the Mar Vista Community Council, we have passed a motion in support of Council File 10-0586, which is, I think, one from Council Member Perry and Smith about having a ratepayers advocate. But I think in general, Mar Vista, I think it's part of your package.
Okay, yeah,
yes.
gotcha.
But, you know, as often as the case, the details get in the way of achieving what everybody seems to want. So, which is better control of the LA Department of Water and Power at the policy and financial level. I believe that the ballot measure that you had on the agenda, or rather, it suggests that we have a ballot measure, and it should address the following areas in the ballot measure: scope of the oversight function, organization and staffing, funding and the protection of the funding, reporting requirements and options, and the ability to request corrective actions and to create council files. Now, while the CLA and the CAO can do excellent jobs at writing ballot measures, getting the language correct, making it legal and all of that, they have to be neutral, which kind of limits them on what they can do with the policy. So what I'm suggesting is that there be some sort of working group of individual volunteers selected from diverse segments of the community to engage with CLA and CAO to write that ballot measure. And neighborhood councils, homeowners, apartment dwellers, environmentalists, businesses, and labor should all feel comfortable with the composition of this group. One more thing I think you should know, and that is that Mr. Bointner and I have had discussions also. He is establishing such a working group right now for the interim period. And I will be a member of that working group.
Great, super. We'll follow up with you on that and appreciate your advocacy and your suggestions. So we'll make sure to follow up with you. Jack, you are next. It's nice meeting your brother.
Thank you very much. I'm sure he gave you an earful. It's been a while since we've been talking about a ratepayers advocate, which is obviously something that I've been terribly interested in. I think it's very important that the ratepayers advocate be experienced and be perceived as independent of the council, independent of the DWP, and representing the ratepayers. And in that way, I think you're going to get a broad degree of support. I also would like to comment one of the things about the city council. This is a lot different than the police commission in that you have the power of the purse, and DWP lives on its revenue stream. The police are a lot different than that. The other thing is, we talk about low rates and things along those lines. I don't think we're the low-rate crowd, to use Mr. Freeman's description of the bellyachers oftentimes. Rather, I think we're looking for the best deal. And the best deal doesn't necessarily mean the highest price when you're selling your company in my world. It means doing a deal that gets done, and it gets done efficiently, and you're doing it with good people. And I think in that concept, the best deal is sort of the concept. I mean, we just as soon run dirty coal for the rest of our lives and pay 12 cents, but that ain't going to work. We understand that there's going to be rate increases. One thing that hit me with the Ethics Commission, and that's beyond my head, but one of the things I always felt that we were disadvantaged at as being neighborhood councils is that we did not have the same access to the powers that be that the rest of the that the DWP and the DWP union had. I think in that regard, the DWP and its union should be lobbied registered lobbyists, or whatever the appropriate terminology is, and that the neighborhood councils should have equal and the same access. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Eric Sanjurjo.
Thank you.
From which neighborhood council?
Vice President now of Holly United, but representing Councilmember Jose Huizar.
Capacity.
Yes, my official.
Put a second card in on that.
Yes,
other
my official
capacity, if you'd
capacity.
like.
Apparently, may have to be a lobbyist now. Anyway, so just wanted to underline some of the points that were made in the letter that I've submitted from the council member today. He's very happy that we're moving forward now, about a little bit after 2 years. I think it was July 23rd of 2008 that we first talked about moving forward with this. Then we called an ombudsperson, ratepayer advocate, independent inspector general, whatever it is. We're happy to see this moving forward, and actually had a good conversation, Mr. Humphreyville, about the community process, and maybe it's best that some of these issues are not answered. I know that the board chair had some questions about why so many things were not clear yet, but maybe it's good to have a community feedback process without us saying this is the way it is, this is the salary, take it or leave it, but rather here are some options, here are some models, here's what we like, what do you think? It seems like there's many different council members with different opinions, including a couple apparently who don't like this idea, so it would be good to get the public's feedback, and maybe after we get some direction we can move forward and have some unanimity.
Great.
And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
And we'll make sure, let us know if you want to do one in CD14. We'll make sure that Mr. Weezer is involved in the community planning process too.
Thank you.
Co-convene some of that together. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and, anybody else? No cards? Nobody? All right, let's go ahead and move forward with the beginning of that process. If the CLA can recommend, I think we'll probably start some of those meetings before we have a formal meeting here and a report back. We can figure out what on the 16th, was that the first?
16th.
Yeah, the 16th. And we'd like to, with folks that are here today and some of the folks that have been advocating, we'll try to convene respectful of Brown Act and how many council members and stuff with as many of the many leaders who have kind of pushed this forward. And now that we have critical mass on it, try to help do some of the pre-design on those meetings together as well. So we'll let people know with plenty of time. We'll let folks know through the media as well that we're going to be having these, and really try to make them not, gripe sessions. These are going to be productive sessions of bring your ideas, look at the models that are out there. So maybe we can begin those meetings just with the CLA kind of giving us an idea of some of the things that are out there in the ratepayer advocate world, an idea of what other structures we have in the city for other kind of independent oversight, and then get some ideas of how this might be designed specifically for this. And I think we're going to need to put some of those principles, like the ones that I put forward, and see if there's some unanimity around them. I think it was well put, Jack, when he said, we know it isn't just low rates. It is about getting the best deal and having the assessment of whether we're always getting the best deal. And then the second piece is the policy decisions. Ratepayer advocate, I think, can help at times recommend kind of in stark terms what those choices are. And Mr. Buettner has had those very frank conversations with us too. And I think it's been a breath of fresh air that he comes in and says, look, you want to do this, it'll cost you that. You want to do this, it'll cost you that. And then it's just getting a second opinion on those numbers. That's what this is really about. So thank you all for your help in getting it there. That will move forward, the CLA report. And the other, in terms of the other motions, just before you leave, I think we'll hold some of these in here because I want to make sure that different members have talked about pushing their motions and not necessarily pushing their motions forward. I think the first two are in sync, as is kind of the third one. The fourth one, which is the one that Mar Vista endorsed, is really talking about the Inspector General office. So I know Mr. Smith wants to keep that carved out kind of as a separate thing, so we'll keep that. Okay, all right. So those are in energy environment? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, but if they require ballot measures, I want to just talk about these real quick. So in terms of keeping the discussion here, so I'd like to keep this council file open with those addenda, excuse me, so that if any of these do move, we already have it in committee on this item now that you've attached it to the council file. The annual budget, there's two, and we don't have it today, the budget one, is the budget one?
It's on the agenda.
Yes.
Okay.
Item 4.
So the item 4, maybe the motion that's 100587 here, to provide the annual budget. That's the Smith-Perry motion.
Yeah.
I think we'll need to, why don't we attach that to 4 and we'll hold that as part of that file today? Because that also has some budget work. I'll wait on this 585 to see what Energy and Environment does on the ECAF. But I think that may have been made somewhat less relevant by how the restructuring of the ECAF is going in the
That could have, Bill
department.
Koenig with the CAO's
Yeah.
office. The restructuring of the ECAF could have a significant impact on a number of these.
Right. That may make that one irrelevant. Standard wage parity stuff, that's beyond the scope of what we're doing today. Not an unimportant issue, but removal of the Water and Power Commissioners by 2/3 vote, that's not really before us on either of those today either. Same thing with the general manager. Same thing with the benefits on the LACER transfers. And there's a new motion that's not in here that I know Mr. Zine introduced yesterday on, that's similar to an earlier one that Mr. Smith and Perry had about the composition of the board, but I think we'll wait on that too, unless, I'll leave that up to my colleagues, and I will certainly accommodate and schedule any of these if they need to.
Okay.
But let's go then to number 4.
Item 4 is consideration of motion Garcetti, Smith, Parks, Rosendahl on a proposed charter amendment that would change the Department of Water and Power's schedule for presenting and adopting budget for the department.
Good afternoon, Rafael Prado again with the CLA's office, joined with Joe Romalo from the Department of Water and Power with respect to this issue. This issue basically requests that our office, in conjunction with the CAO, work with the city attorney to prepare a ballot initiative to link up the two budget schedules between DWP and the city council. Certainly we could take a look at that and work with your offices with respect to preparing that language.
With the budget, go through the charter on our own budget.
Yeah.
Those dates are in there, and that, do you know the history of when we put those dates in there and how long it's been?
I don't know the history when we put them in. I know that the new charter, which was adopted by the voters in '99, had that in there. April 20th, pretty much, that's when the mayor has to submit the budget to the council. The council primarily has, between that time and May 20th, the majority of the work is done within the month of May, and action is taken during that period of time in order to have the budget in place for July 1.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Mall?
Sure. As you know, we currently provide a preliminary budget to council in April and take final action in June by our board. What we'd like to do is provide you with a complete report and work with the CLA's office and the CAO on the timeline, how this might impact our own schedule, and get back to you with that report.
And I'm not, wed to necessarily putting this in the charter, but part of the protection of that is, again, I think good momentum there. I think what's presented, is a summary sometimes and not as detailed. It'll be helpful, I think, for the commissioners who themselves have, privately expressed to me that, we got it late, we kind of can't put it together, and so we do. Yes, I've been in the same position as a council member with mayoral budgets. It's, very complicated. You just kind of trust that most of it's right and you move it forward, but as much as we can for the public and for the commissioners and council be able to have that, it may be useful. So why don't we move forward with the drafting, but I'd like DWP, if you can, to ask the commission about, reporting back of changes to make that kind of calendar a detailed, formal, budget, to whether you can hit that by the same dates, just to make that coterminous. And if we do put it on the ballot, it'll at least be ready to go. I don't want anybody to be caught flat-footed because it passes in March and then suddenly, wait a second, we can't throw this together in 6 weeks. So, okay. Anything else? Okay. All right. Thank you. And we'll go ahead and move that and hold the other one that's related to that. Sure. Number 4. Did you want to speak on this, Jack? Okay. Come on forward. It is.
DWP is a $20 billion asset corporation, has revenues of probably give or take $4 to $4.5 billion. In corporate America, DWP, or if it were corporate America, DWP would have detailed budgets, 5-year plans, strategic plans that would be prepared much more in advance than 2 months before the beginning of their next fiscal year. So what you're asking for is very legitimate. Quite frankly, is you should have it way before April 20th, especially as it relates to the transfer of $250 million of the 8% or however it's calculated. That is not an unreasonable request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and move that. And I think that is all the business we have. So this meeting of Rules and Elections is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.